Hi, hi. I wonder if I have enough packets. It says 42% packet loss, but I don't know. Drop frames. I think it's all right. Let me know if it gets any worse. Okay. Hi, everyone. I'm going to try and do my Sunday streams later in the evening. I think a lot of people are coming joining me from the American time zone, so maybe it's better at Sunday to just do it in the evening before the weekly candle prints. Before I start, I'm gonna share my link on YouTube. Let me just on Twitter. Let me just do that, and then I'll start and have a look at the charts. Let me quickly do that. Apologies. Give me a second. Bitcoin. Just add that. Perfect. That's that. 31st. 31st of March. 31st. Wish I could spell. Okay. 31st. BTC. Almost ready. Start. Okay. Posted that. We'll just check the video, make sure it's okay. There's a little bit of a light behind me. Is that in the way? Yeah. Let me turn it. Okay. Okay, there's a little bit of a light above me. There's no escaping light. All right. Welcome. Happy Easter. Yes, happy Easter. Jinguan, welcome. Okay, I'm not going to go over the trades from yesterday. What I'm gonna do is I'm gonna delete all of my drawings and start afresh. So it's always a good idea to reanalyze the charts afresh. And what I'm going to do is from now on Sundays in the evening, I'm going to do a fresh look at Bitcoin and some other charts as well. So let me just hide the volume. I've got all of this stuff. I'm going to just delete the whole lot basically and start over. I should really save them and start on a new chart. Should I do that? Nah, forget it. Can't be bothered. Don't mind. Okay, let me do it like this. It'll be better. I'll just create a new layout. Actually, that's not a bad idea. So make a copy. Yep, I'll make a copy. I'll call it March 2024. Clean copy. Clean. It doesn't matter. Okay, so we've made a copy, and I'll go to get rid of the volume and then remove drawings. Done. See that? Okay, let's have a look. So this is Bitcoin. What's that alert? Get rid of that. Okay, let's have a look. So we'll start by drawing levels and hopefully getting a little bit of packet loss, which is a bit annoying. Right. Start with the monthly time frame. I mean, basically we've cleared all of the levels all the way to the top. We have this monthly time frame level down here, which is untapped all the way down at 25,913. And then we have this washed monthly level here at 61,421. It's gone through it. Let me have a look at the 3 month. So this 3 month candle closes today, and it looks like with the current price action that we're going to close above the previous all-time high. It's a really strong bullish close. You can see that this current 3 month candle is actually stronger than the previous 3 month candle. So basically for the last 6 months we've had only up, and you can see increasing volume. Can you see that? Increasing volume. So for all intents purposes, I don't have any expectation for this to go down. I have expectations for this to continue over the next 3 months. Doesn't mean we're not gonna see a pullback similar to this. You see that? So as that candle closed and opened, you had a little bit of a pullback and then a push up. Doesn't necessarily mean we're not going to see a little pullback, but this is a strong bullish continuation candle. It's definitely not a topping candle. Okay, you just have to bear that in mind, and potentially we're going to have another green 3 month candle, and maybe also another one. We might have 2 more of these, which would be very similar to the previous bull market. If you see these 3 monthly candles, you had 1, 2, 3, 4, and that took us to January. All right, so that's something to consider. Let me just do the monthlies now. Monthlies are fine. Okay, this is the weekly time frame. Let me just mark off these weekly levels. Get rid of the volume now. Got a little bit of lag. You have a washed weekly level here. I'll keep that. What I'm going to do is just mark it as washed, just so that we understand that it's not a clean weekly level. The same goes with this monthly level. That's a washed monthly level. Just keep an eye on it, just so I can identify what it is. Slightly lower down we have this weekly level. That's also washed. So I'm going to mark that as a washed weekly level. And obviously we have much lower down. I don't think these are going to be relevant. And I'll just mark them down anyway. Okay. Let's go to the daily time frame. Looking at daily levels. So today we've had a really strong bullish candle, actually, to my surprise. And that's if usually when you're thinking down and the price goes up. Oh, is it lagging? Huh? Shit. Don't know what to do. Is it any better? I wonder if I should change the latency. Don't know. Is it still lagging, David? Don't know what to do. It says the stream is fine. So I'm not sure. Let me. Not lagging, huh? It looks like it's fine on my end. It's like all green bars, and then sometimes it goes down and then it just comes back up. So I'm not sure what that is. There's some kind of lag spikes, but YouTube should sort that out. I don't know. Right. All right, let me just continue. Hopefully it's not going to go on for too long. All right, so these levels are good levels to mark, and I'll just continue. We do the daily levels. This one here, much lower down here. Now, just because I'm marking these levels, I'm not saying the prices are going to come down here. It's just good to know where the liquidity levels are, okay? And I won't go all the way down because it's pointless. And then if you look back at historic price action from the past to see if we have any kind of historic wash levels, we do. That weekly level was very important, this wash weekly. And then you have this wash daily. Let me have a look and see if that's relevant to the current price action. Where did it go? Wash daily. Oh, it's further down there. No. Okay. So we're well above the previous price action. Let me mark this all-time high as well. Okay. And then you obviously have this higher level here. Look, this is in the daily time frame. So you have this one here, and you have a daily level there. And then we have this current daily level, which is also now it's washed, which is there. And I'm going to mark that as washed. What does washed mean? Well, wash means that the price is traded through it at least one time. So you see, if it's not been traded through, then it's an untouched level. If and when the price goes up and it trades through that level, then that level becomes washed. Yeah, so you've already traded through it one time. It's still relevant. It can be still relevant as a horizontal flip for support to resistance or resistance to support, but for all intents and purposes, it becomes weaker and weaker and weaker. The first time you come to an untouched level, that's usually when it's it presents the strongest amount of either resistance or support. Yeah, so it's quite good to mark out these levels and identify what they are and how that will give you a bias on how the price is going to react around those levels. So I'm going to put all of that into my higher time frame levels. Okay. I'm going to have a look at the volume range now. Have a look at that. So what I'm first going to do is I'm going to have a look at the whole volume of the whole range. I'll just use the Bybit chart. I'm not really concerned about the full index. Let's have a look at that, see what's going on. RH is asking, great work, Amir, thank you. I'm just only just started. What do you think about Voight? I'll have a look at Voight. I'm going to have a look at a lot of things today. What time is it? It's only 9:11. As long as my stream doesn't destroy me, I'm just going to stream until I get tired, probably to as long as it takes. I'll just be here streaming because I want to do my analysis anyway. So this is the volume range on the whole of the Bybit perpetual, inverse perpetuals on Bybit. And we can see some things, some very interesting things. We can see that there's a value area high here. And actually, I'm probably going to have a look at Binance as well, just to see the volume range. Okay, so you have the value area high there. We have the point of control all the way down here. Point of control. And then for the sake of consistency, I'll put the value area low all the way here. What's interesting is that we have a high volume node right here as well. That's quite interesting. So I'm going to mark that off as a high volume node. We have a few more high volume nodes. I won't bother with those because they're quite low down. Now this high volume node in these highs is above the value area high. You see that? And this is for the overall range. RH is asking me, do you know BTC went to 9,000 on one exchange a few days ago? Probably scams. The reason why that happens is because the exchange is trying to make as much money as possible by liquidating the leverages. They're called scam wicks. So even though the true price of Bitcoin didn't go down, the exchanges will push the price down just to liquidate people, just to liquidate them. That's all it is. Yeah. So if you see an exchange with scam wicks, you should 100% avoid that exchange. Never use exchanges like that. That's the reason why I use Bybit, because Bybit doesn't do that kind of, hasn't got that kind of behavior called scam wicks. That's what they are called. All right, this is the volume for the whole range. So I'm going to put that in its own folder, call it volume levels. Okay. Get rid of this. Now what I'm going to do is I'm going to do something else. I'm going to break the whole range into two ranges. You can see there are two ranges in this range. Okay, and actually there's probably three ranges. Okay, there's one dividing line here. So you can say that all of this is one range in the lower part. Everything above that is the upper range. You see that? There's two ranges there. And also you can see that in this top range, there's also another dividing line here. And that separates the top range from the bottom range in the top range. Okay, can you see that? And that's very useful, because now what we can do, and it's not so relevant now as maybe when we were ascending through the price action, historic price action, But what we can do is once you've identified the ranges, you can do volume pools just on the ranges. So from where this low is to about here, do a volume pool. And this would be the whole of the top range. Okay. And I'm going to mark that off. To value area height. I'm actually going to rename it to higher range. High. Got the point control. Value area low. Okay. So we've got that. Okay. So you've got your other reds. Okay. That's fine. Show higher range. Rename. Range. And then what I'll do is I'll break that range again. So we have this, just this part of the range is this part of the range all the way down to here. And then what I'll do on that is I'll do another range pool from here to here. All right. Okay, so we have a slightly different data. That's fine. And I will call that the previous bull market range as well. Value area high. It's not so relevant now because we're way above it, but it's good to have that to see if there's any kind of range. Again with the point of control. Got the value area low, roughly. And get rid of that. Get rid of that. Okay. So let's have a look at the volume ranges now. That's the volume ranges. And then you've got your higher range. Okay. So there's a little bit of cross on the previous ranges and the actual volume range. You've got your higher range and you've got the previous bull market range. And then you've got the high volume node is slightly higher. Okay. The other thing I'm going to do is I'm going to do a volume pool from the bear market low. The bear market low is basically this point here. And I'm going to take that all the way to our current price action. So this is basically the bull market volume area. So it's just the volume area. It's just the volume that's been put into the market since the bear market low. Okay. And what you can see is that most of the volume was put in at about $28,000. Okay. And it's good to keep an eye on that because we can now see if and when the volume changes as the price goes up. Okay, you keep an eye on that. So you've got the value area high, and I'm going to call that the bull market value area high, the bull market point of contact. So I'll just call that the bull market. And it might not be relevant now, but it may be relevant in the future if the volume area moves. Hold on, I have to send the message. 1 second. Okay, so I'll just keep that. There is any high volume nodes? Not really. Okay. And then I'll call that my bull market volume area. All right, so we have that, we have that, we have that. And then we have these higher time frame levels. Got that. Okay. All right. So what else do you want to do? You've got your volume levels. You've got your higher time frame levels. You've done your volume levels. You've got your different range levels, and it's all lower. So we basically, as far as I can tell, we've cleared resistance. There's no more resistance. Effectively, that's what's happened. With all of this price action, what I'm looking at is a lack of resistance. We have one more level of resistance above us, and it's basically a daily level. Do you see that daily level? And that's it really. As far as I can tell, we've cleared all of the resistance, technical resistance on Bitcoin. We've got levels of support underneath us. Some are washed, some are untapped, and we're basically, as far as I can tell, we're basically into price discovery. That's what I'm seeing, because we've cleared this important level, which is the previous all-time high, the previous bull market all-time high. Okay, that's what I'm seeing now in the charts. The other thing you can do is this. I'm going to draw a VWAP. So I'm going to draw an anchored VWAP actually. I'm going to use this tool here called anchored VWAP. I'm going to do it from the bear market low. And that basically is the average volume out, the volume weighted average price, and it's anchored off that pivot. So from that pivot onwards, it will tell you the average price based on volume. And as the volume comes in higher prices, then the average price increases. And so right now, since the bear market low to the current price, you can see that the average price is about $36,000. And usually what happens is these VWAPs, as you can see, is they offer support. So if the price were to come back down, this VWAP would offer support. The other thing you can do is do it from previous historic price action. So you've got the previous bull market high, and you can see that the average price in the past offered resistance. You can see that here. And now you can see that in the previous bull market to the bear market low to the current price, that the VWAPs, the anchored VWAPs, are roughly at the same area. So that's really where the average price is. So most of the accumulation has happened roughly about $36,000 on average. Does that correspond with anything interesting? No. And what you'll find is as the price increases and as volume comes into the market, these VWAPs will slowly move upwards. And if the price were to come back down to these VWAPs, they would offer support. Okay, it's not very relevant right now because we're way above that. We are above, clearly above all levels. Okay, let me have a look at some other things. You've got this historic channel from the previous bull market. I do like it because it touches there. You see that back test there? You had it clearly offered support here. Here it was all support, and the midpoint offered resistance there, support, kind of offered support and resistance here. So that's not nice. That's not too bad. That's not a bad one to have. And then I would argue that this bottom part is also quite important. This, excuse me, these channels here. Is it historic? Potentially. Let's have a look. Is it to there? Or is it to there? I've seen both ideas. Ignoring the COVID low and this this stuff. You see? I've seen that idea too. I've seen both ideas. And I've seen this one as well, where it's just from the COVID low to there. I've seen both ideas. If we were to take that one, the main thing is to have a look at the midpoint to see if you see a reaction. There is a little bit of reaction there and there. You see that? Or do you take the lower channel, which is a little bit more steeper from the COVID low to there, to the top? No, you don't. That's not good. Maybe to that one. Is that any better? Let me just color it. Any better? Not really. To the top. No, actually, that's not that good, huh? That's not great. So maybe this green one is the better one. And then if you just ignore the COVID low, maybe you have a slightly steeper channel. Let me have a look. Like this. Not really, because the midpoints don't really match. Potentially you have a trend line from these lows here as well. Maybe from this one here, like that. That could be your bull market trend line now. It's quite steep. It's about 48 degrees. If you take the current, let me do it from this low here. Maybe you would go to the 3-day chart to try and zoom in a little bit. Or even the daily. Try and just hone in that trend line. Maybe even zoom in a little bit more, just to get a nice accurate trend line. Maybe even more, huh? Get a really accurate trend line. Okay. Let's see what that looks like. Daily chart. So I don't mind that trend line so much. It wasn't lagging, it was your internet. There you go, David. I think I'm lagging because it says I'm dropping a few frames. So, but maybe it's not lagging. So you have this. I don't mind this bull market trend line, and maybe, you know, maybe that trend line. If you take the last 2 points of this bounce, and then a bounce. You know, next time we hit that line, that could really act as a strong place to buy. So it's good to have those trend lines. You can't use trend lines on their own. They have to coincide with other levels. But I would use that one because it's nice and steep, and we are expecting quite a bullish bull market this year. I like this outer this green channel that I have, and I do like the white one that I have as well. I like both of them, so I'm going to keep those. Let me mark those channels. So I've got my rename market channels, and then I'm going to rename that trend line to my bull market trend line. I don't know if I want to lose that trend line now. If you look at the trajectory, it's not bad, huh? By the end of this year, we're going to be at, the trend line is going to be about 100,000. For all intents purposes, depending on how the price moves, it could bounce and bounce and bounce. It could bounce. That trend line can bounce. It'll be a good line to see if we lose in the future. If we get to higher prices, you know, the minute you lose that trend line, that'll be very easy to see. Yeah. So let's see if it bounces again the third time. I don't see why it wouldn't. Could you make a steeper one? Possibly. You could make a steeper one. You could probably make a steeper trend line. But I don't know if I would. It would be like that. See that? I don't know if I would do that. I don't like that we've lost, it came underneath it here. To be honest with you, I like trend lines where the price is held within the trend line. Let me just zoom in and see. Look, I don't like it how it came underneath here. But it does match, you see it matches there, and you lose the price here. Potentially there's one there, but there is a little bit of a match. I'm not fond of it, to be honest with you, but it might work. It'd be better to do it like this. Like that. But then you see the line gets steeper and steeper. So for all intents purposes, I prefer this lower one. Yeah, I prefer the lower one. I'm not crazy fond about that, but it might work. It could work, huh? It's possible. So I'll mark that as well. Rename, create trends. I can spell properly. Right. Okay. David is saying try a GanFan on the bull market trends. All right. It's not a bad idea. So I've got these. This is the one that I have. This is the bull market trend line that I have. So what I'm going to use is this GanFan. That doesn't work because it's underneath it. I mean, it would work if you lose it, but we haven't lost it yet. And there's no inverse, is there? There's no inverse. Oh yeah, there is. There's an inverse. Let's have a look at that. Let me just zoom in a little bit to see what it looks like. Probably with this, you want to make it as accurate as possible. So let me just make it accurate. Should you do it to there? That'd be better. There or there? There. Probably there now. A 1-2 is nice, almost. On the inverse. Up into the 1-8. Lost it, back tested it. Back into it, lost it, resistance, lost it. Couldn't get to it. Could probably change those actually to some kind of red color. Down to visibility 40%. I'm going to save that. Let me save all of these. I haven't saved it, so I'm just going to save it. One-eighth and mono white. Save as 3 white red inverse. Okay. All right. I think that's not bad because we do have a little bit of resistance on the 1-2. So if we do push up, then possibly we're going to have a little bit of a, yeah, It's not too bad actually. I'm thinking about it, it's not too bad. If we start going higher, I don't think we are, because it's quite a distance. We're in a bit of a range, huh, with this GAN. So I'll put it in my trend lines group, and maybe this one as well. So let me try this tighter one actually. Okay. It's hard to tell. It does work though. Look, look at that. Perfect. See how that perfectly lines up with the top of that inverse? You have the explosion, and then you find resistance all the way up to there. It's still quite far up in the scheme of the price, you see? So I don't necessarily think it's going to hit that level anytime soon. So it may not be relevant. It may not be relevant at all. Okay. So I'm not really going to use it. They work, but they're not. I don't know if it's going to be relevant. And even this one, it may not be relevant because the price is too far away from it right now. You probably, if you wanted to use the GAN, you'd probably have to don't know. Maybe the closest ones. Anyway, let me not get too distracted with that. Am I lagging? No. So from the bull market, the previous bull market high to the bear market low, the other thing I can do, which is very easy to do, is an extension. Okay. And honestly, looking at the current price action, I'm thinking 1 to 2. I'm thinking here because I'm seeing a kind of like a really strong V shape on the price action. So I think we're experiencing potentially some kind of breakout. And I think to myself, if you have a breakout, why wouldn't you go to the 1 to 2? Why wouldn't you extend that far? That's really what I'm thinking. I think a lot of people are talking about 100,000, which will take us to the 1272 here. But I think when I look at the price action, I think it'd be very weird for us to stop there after we're breaking out of this kind of pattern. If you're going to fail, you should fail like that. You shouldn't really go up to the 1.272 and then come back down and fail. I don't really see that. I think it'd be very weird to go up to the 1.272 after you've broken out on this idea and then fail. But it would be possible. I'm just saying it would be weird. Maybe what would be better would be a back test to go up and continue and push up to the 2. That's what I'm thinking actually. So that's something to have. It's really important, these fib retracements. So that's on the previous bull market high to the bear market low, and a fib retracement on the log time scale, on the logarithmic chart, not the regular chart. What would it look like on the regular chart? Let me have a look. Let me just hide that and see what it would look like on the regular chart. Do exactly the same thing, but on the regular chart. Log. And it's very different, huh? Look, it's very different on the regular chart. What's that? 314. Should be 3414. 2414 as well. Where's the 2? Keep an eye on that too, but I prefer the log. Do you know, the other thing I was thinking was, if you use this is the new bull market trend line. Is there a channel off that trend line? I think possibly, yeah. Possibly, yeah. Let me just draw it accurately. That's the thing about these trend lines. Just to line it up to that market channel. Okay. Where's the top part? Potential to there. Zoom out a bit. It's up there, isn't it? Lost it. The hell? Okay, that works. What about the midpoint? Ignored. Just because it's ignored once, it doesn't necessarily mean it's going to ignore again the second time it comes into it. Still quite steep though, that's the problem with that even though it's correct, because you can see the trajectory is correct here, it's very steep, and it may not be relevant, you know. So I think that's really too steep. It'll be good for support if the price comes back to it, but to get to these upper lines, I think it's going to be too steep. But I think the angle might be right, which is why I'm interested in it. But you just have to find the right channel. That's the problem, because these channels are so subjective. To find the right channel is not easy, because you need the midpoint. There you go. You need the midpoint to connect. You see that? Midpoint's connecting. Support. That might be the one. And then on the top part, you've got support until it breaks through. And a real sign of strength would be to flip the top of that mid channel into support as we're going up. That would be a real sign of strength. I like that actually. It's not too bad. It's kind of slimmer. It lines up with my bull market channel down here, and you see the midpoint is reacting there, and as you pull it back, it's acting as support here. Kind of ignores it a little bit, but it acts as resistance. It can ignore it, that's the thing, but you see when you ignore it, you do find support, and if you go through it, you can find resistance. So it does react. There is a reaction. That is basically, to all intents and purposes, that's a front run. The top part, there's a reaction too. So I don't mind it too much, and it just helps to see where the price is and where we are with regards to this channel. So let me keep that as well. I'll put that in the bull market channels. See where that is. We've got 3. Okay. And then obviously you have your trend lines as well. Let me keep those as well. Hi Dan, how are you? Thank you for joining me. I'm just on Sundays I want to do a later stream. I think a lot of people who tune in are in America, and also I get to see the end of the week candle as well, which I think is quite important. So I just deleted all my drawings, and I'm redoing everything basically from scratch. It was a completely clean chart. It's good to do that, because sometimes you will see something new. You'll just approach it and attack it with a new kind of perspective, trying to remove the bias. Something that was interesting was that I had a bias for us to go down. So looking at the local price action, today I took 2 shorts, and one of them I was stopped out, one of them I closed out, even though that would have probably been in profit right now. I only buy a small amount, so insignificant. When you're thinking down and the price goes up, you have to change your bias. Yeah, you can't just keep on thinking down if you're thinking down and the price goes up. Yeah, I was thinking down actually, you know, I wasn't thinking up. But you see, as the price goes up, you know, find strength, you have to change your bias. You can't just keep on shorting strength. That's what I'm seeing is strength. And I'm not going to long because we're in the highs, but I'm not going to short strength. I'm looking for weakness. You only short weakness. Yeah. And the thing is that even though there are like opportunities to short, there's swing failures to short. If you see here, that's a swing failure. Unless you get a really amazing entry, like you'd have to literally mark it as the price is coming down effectively. Yeah, that would be your invalidation, the pivot that's put in. You'll get a nice one-to-one on this type of trade, at least. But you have to have a really amazing entry. You have to enter perfectly as the price goes up and comes back down. As it comes back down, you take the short, and that's your take profit. You know, your one-to-one on that trade. So you're risking 1%. As soon as you get 1%, you take profit. And what you're seeing with this current price action, the way the price action is in this swing failure, is this. You had short center as the price came down, and as the price came down here, the shorts took profit at market and it pulled the price right back up. That's what that is. That's not longs entering. That's just shorts closing, taking profit. The shorts that are taking profit here are the shorts who took this swing failure, but they will quickly take their profit. Very quickly will take their profit. So that's a very viable trade, but you have to take a profit, otherwise it becomes non-viable. What you can see is that there was another swing failure here. Yeah. Swing failure. Same thing really. There's another viable short here. As the price goes up, as the price comes down, that's your invalidation. That's your risk. And you see how the price, it comes down, you make your 1%. You see it comes down enough to make your one-to-one, and actually what happens is the one-to-ones take their profit and the price continues. And so they're very easy swing failure trades on these pivots, but you have to take profit. And the only way to succeed in these trades is to enter very, very quickly as the price comes under. You can't delay. If you delay, you'll not get the right position and your risk to reward fails. If you enter later, then you're not getting the correct risk to reward that allows you to take these trades. So you effectively have to take the trade. You have to be really hot on the trigger and take it as the price crosses the swing failure price to the downside. I took this short and I was stopped out because I didn't take profit, because I didn't get a good entry, to be honest with you. I was building a short because actually what I was thinking was I was thinking that we would turn. I was thinking that. So I wasn't in a rush to take profit or close my short, and I got stopped out. Okay. The thing is that I didn't risk 1%. I risked 1/3% because I wasn't sure. Yeah, I could see that there was strength from the price action. And when you see that there's strength, you're not going to go crazy. You're just going to take a small nab at it. And if the price goes down, then you can add to it and you can build your 1% trade. It doesn't really matter, because if you catch it correctly, the price starts going down, then it's going to go down. It doesn't really matter where you enter if the price goes down like that. Yeah. And so you don't necessarily have to go fully positioned when you do that. Okay, so I took 2 trades and I failed 2 trades. That is fine. I didn't go fully positioned, and actually I was hoping the price would go up. I always want Bitcoin to go up. I never want Bitcoin to go down, because I want the altcoins to pump. Okay, so we are actually underneath this swing failure. Okay, so even though I'm seeing strength, I'm seeing weakness too. Yeah, I'm seeing both. I'm seeing strength because we were able to come above this previous high pivot. I'm also seeing weakness because we weren't able to clear that one. So we're stuck at the moment, potentially. I'll leave those 2 lines in. And this is on the local time frame. And just kind of focusing on the local time frame a little bit. I'll also do a range pull on this local volume range, and I'm going to mark that off. Okay, I'm going to mark that off. Local volume range. Cool. Point of control. Value area low. Mark that off. Put that down here, my local, my volume. Delete that. We have a look at the weekly time frame. It's looking good, huh? The weekly time frame. It's a strong it's a strong candle. It is possible, you see, it is possible, just because we have a strong green candle, it is possible that we pull back to go up. But I mean, it's a really strong candle, clearing a lot of levels. It's a bullish candle. You'd long that, wouldn't you? You'd long the pullback of that candle. You wouldn't necessarily, you'd look to long that because you're coming back into these red bodies, you know, these basically these order blocks. Effectively, that's what they are. So even if the price action of this weekly came all the way down to here, you would long that. You would long this weekly candle here. It's in the highs, but you would. So the other idea I had was my Elliott waves, which I've deleted now. Okay. And for all intents purposes, we're in an ABC correction right now. We've broken out of this inverse head and shoulders. This is like a, now that I look at it, it looks a little bit like a flat correction ready to go up. That's what it looks like. Some kind of Your local volume range. Do I have the range here, the volume range here? No, I haven't done that yet. So let me do that as well. Higher range, bull market range, channel. I'll do another volume range as well. Okay, so this is quite interesting too. So where is my local one? It's just that little local one there. I'll put this into it as well. To local. Delete that. Okay, let me just have a look at XO charts. Let's see if I can see. I mean, we've been seeing bullish divergence all through this range. You see how the CVD is going down? We saw that. Price is just going up. There's crazy absorption of the price right now. So it just tells you that there's like people longing and limit, and they just don't care about the price. They're just longing, and they're just building their positions. And it's probably spot actually, because I don't see the OI going up. The OI is actually going down. It's called flat. CVD's going down. It looks like it's spot that's absorbing the price. That's what it looks like. Okay, so we have some we have a naked daily level above us and below us. I'll mark them out. I'm going to type them out. So, and then I can just mark it out. Naked daily block. Naked daily block. Seven 3400 66900 65600 62800. Let's have a look at the weekly. So we have a weekly naked point of control there, 71990. As this week closes, we're going to have one down here as well. So I'm just going to mark it down now because we're obviously going to close. slightly higher up. So 710. 7010. And lower down at 63990. And obviously the monthly is going to close now as well. So let's look at the monthly. So we're going to have this monthly point of control at 67026. $67026. Okay. Buying tail. We've cleared those single prints and we have a selling tail at the top. Buying tail. Any more single prints? No. What about historically? Anything up there? What's all this? Yeah, look. No, it's a selling tail. Okay. Oh, why has it gone back to November clean? That's really annoying. I was on something new and it just vanished. Is it because I'm on the wrong one? Yes. Okay. Let me mark these levels. Daily. Seven, 3, 4. 66900. 65600. 62800. Weekly levels. Over here. Weekly input. 71990. 710. 63990. monthly. Six 7026. Okay, so you may be wondering what I'm doing, and what I've done is from exo charts, I've looked at the historic points of control which have not been traded through yet, and I've marked them off, and I've called them the naked daily, naked weekly, and naked monthly points of control. So it's the highest volume nodes in those periods where the price still hasn't traded through. And so usually what happens if the price comes back to those levels, there's a reaction. So I'm looking for the reaction because you can use those levels as confluence if the price comes back into those levels. Okay, and so here you can see that I have a naked monthly and a naked daily in roughly the same area. Okay, and so when I'm doing analysis for creating a trade plan, then I'm looking for areas of interest where you have a lot of levels that correspond. Okay, that's basically what I'm doing. So let me just call that naked box. That's there. And so if you were like to, if I'm looking to do a trade plan now, I'll have a look. I'll put all of these up. Trend lines, no. Bull market channel, no. I'll have a look and I'll see if I can find anything that corresponds. So okay, so you see, so now you get a little bit of correspondence. So this is the actual volume levels, and you can see here that there's quite strong support because you have like 3 levels pretty much in the same area, but actually you have a little bit of support here as well. See, local, what is that? Local, can't even read it. It's because they're on top of each other. You've got local point of control there, naked weekly point of control there. You have a local value area low here. Yeah? So you have 2 levels corresponding together. So you should get a nice reaction. You need 3 really to correspond. So that's lower down, and you got you. So now you got you add your higher time frame levels, and actually what you can see is that we have some good areas. We have a couple of areas of interest here. We have one at about $70,000, and you have one about $69,700. It's your areas of interest where you'll probably be thinking about longing if the price comes back to the. You have one lower. You have lower down. This is washed weekly, but you have the previous all-time high that acts as support or resistance at the moment, and then this is a really nice area of interest lower down because you have a lot of levels that correspond, and then much lower down here you see these 3 levels correspond. So they're your levels of interest, and basically what you're looking for are liquidity areas of liquidity where there are orders, and this is what I'm doing. I'm trying to find where the liquidity is. You see higher up we've got this daily level, and then you've got this naked daily point of control slightly higher up. All right, so we have a little bit of resistance higher up, but not crazy resistance. But these are the areas where the price could react. All right, that was that. So the other thing that I was thinking about was these Elliott waves. That's quite interesting for most people. So we are in a wave 3, and now we're in a wave 4 of 3. Okay, I've done this before. I'm not going to go into Elliott waves now, but in a gist, quickly, just off the top of my head, I'm going to basically, let me just go to the daily time frame. I'll do it now quickly, just very quickly, just roughly. I can't remember where I did it from. That's the problem, because I'd have to look at my other charts. Maybe I should. Let me pull the other charts on the other screen so I can just have a look at it, because I can't remember. Yeah, let me just do it like that, easy. Excuse me. Right, I know what I did. So basically, you've got your 1. That's your 0 to your 1. That's your to your 2. We're in a 3 now. Then there's a 4 and there's a 5. Okay. That's basically where we are now. No one knows how far the 3 is going to go. No one knows what the correction of 4 is going to be like. And no one knows how far the 5 is going to be. Okay. So we're still in the 3. And within the context of the 3, there's going to be 5 waves. And right now we're in the 4. Okay. So let me just draw that for you now. Let me just change these colors. Green. So I'm just doing the 3 right now. It starts at the 2. It went all the way up to there. That's the 1. This was to the 2. That was to the 3. 4. 5. 5 will end where the higher time frame 3 ends. So that's like that. So each bullish impulse will have 5 impulses. Just changing the colors so we can see what they look like. Okay. Let me zoom in a little bit. Just mark it out perfectly so it looks good. Yeah. Okay. So that's kind of where we're at now. We're in the wave 4. The wave 4 will consist of an ABC. It could be like, the thing about the corrective waves is it could be so many different things. Elliott correct. I'll show you quickly if I can find it. There isn't really much good info on this that's easy to read. That's the problem. I think there's 14 in total, actually. I think I remember when I was reading the book, I remember it was about 14. Ah, this is useless. This is YouTube. This says 6 corrective patterns. Let me see if I can copy and paste the image. Oh, there you go. Oh, it's so really fuzzy. We've got a zigzag. See, ABC, which is kind of down and then up and then down. And actually, the zigzag, if you look at it, it's like 5 waves down, 3 waves up, and then 5 waves down. You have a flat, which is an ABC, ABC, ABC. This is an irregular. You see it's ABC, ABC, and then it's a 5 wave down. But effectively, in all of these, you're always creating an ABC. This is what complicates things. This A, B, C, D, E. Effectively, it's A, B, C, D, E, but it's still A, B, C, A, B, C, A, B, C, A, B, C, A, B, C. See that? A, B, C, A, B, C, A, B, C. And then these are just really complicated ones. They're still ABCs, but it's a combination of lots of ABCs to create an X, Y, Z or something like that, YX. And then this is a little bit more complicated. So you have, I think there's like 14 actually. This is there's lots of corrective patterns, that's the point. So it's not very easy to determine what the corrective pattern is going to be. No one, I don't think there's anyone, maybe we need AI to figure this out. I don't know. But in a gist, what you're expecting is an ABC. Now the question for me was, do we get an ABC like this? Or are we getting an ABC like this? Or are we getting a ABC like this? You know, like, or are we getting something else, you know? ABC, you know, like ABC, ABC, you know, a combination of ABCs, basically. And that's what you're looking for when you're looking at corrective waves. You're looking at ABC, 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 lots of ABCs. And it's not easy. It really isn't easy. Is that an ABC? ABC, ABC, AB, ABC. Are we going to go down now for another ABC? You know, ABC. And you're still looking for a higher time frame ABC. So it's a combination of ABCs to create your higher time frame ABC. So if that was ABC, ABC, that's your A, and then ABC, ABC, that's your B, ABC, AB, yeah. And actually you need three, ABC, ABC, A. So this is not right. ABC, ABC, ABC. That's your A, ABC, yeah. So we're still miles away from fully correcting. We just, it's not easy to figure this one out, to be honest with you, but it's just a combination of ABCs. Eventually, you're going to end up with one big ABC, potentially, or like I showed you in the diagram, it could be A, B, C, D, E. I'm not seeing that right now. I'm just looking at the diagram. I'm not seeing that kind of behavior. But as time passes, if we are forming this, which is effectively what an ABCD is, well, we'll see. Yeah, it'll become a lot easier to see as time passes. So speculatively now, we're only thinking a simple ABC correction. Now it could be a zigzag, a flat, or a regular, and it could be a combination. It could be an extended flat or something like a deep zigzag or something. But ultimately, it's all speculative right now, because as we see the price move, will be the closer we get to the end, the easier will be see, and eventually we'll see an impulsive breakout, and then we'll know that the corrective wave is over. Okay, it's very highly speculative. Time has something to do with it as well, and so don't underestimate the power of time when you're looking at the previous correction, which is here. Okay, it's good to see how long that took, and all in all, that correction took, according to this, 274 4-hour periods. So 274 4-hour periods would put us roughly at the end of next month. See, Sunday the 20th of April. So that's what people need to realize. We're potentially continuously correcting. Oh, hold on, I've got a phone call. 1 second. Okay. Sorry. Just had a check-in actually, so my Airbnb's, my brother's doing it. All right. So I don't think the correction's over. Like I'm looking at, I don't think this correction. Morning, war. Morning, good evening. I don't think this correction's over. It doesn't, to me, it doesn't look like it's over. I think it's too short, actually. I'm looking at it now. I don't think it's long enough for this correction to be over. Did I do, if that's the 3 and then the 4's there and the 1, so there's the 4. Let me try and fib time this. I'm going to do this roughly to see if I come up with something. From the 0 to the 1 to the 2, we're coming up to a fib time now. All the way to May. Don't like that. Let me try this one actually. The 0 here to the 1 to the 2. Not really. Not interested in that. David is saying morning. Yeah. I'm not seeing anything on fib time actually, which is a shame. Which makes me like, in terms of the candles though, you looking at them? It's quite a powerful reversal pattern on the 3-day time frame. Back into the highs. That's quite bullish. Back into the highs. I mean, it's not bearish at all, really. When you're expecting down and the price goes up, that's bullish. It's not bearish. There's no signs of bearishness. Even on the weekly time frame, you see this candle with this wick. I mean, that was a bullish candle. Look, it was with a really strong buying tail. Closed well above that previous candle, previous week low. It's a really bullish candle, this candle here. And obviously the monthly one is really bullish. Let me have a look at the different time frames as well. In 2-week time frame. A red doji and the price has come up. Anything else? 10 days. Let me have a look at these different options. Look at these 10-day time frames. Look at these buying tails. Buying. That's what they are. And look at the lows of these 10-day time frames. Look, higher lows. You're making higher lows on these candles. It's quite bullish, really, when you think about it. I'm not really seeing weakness. And I'm wondering, well, I'm actually thinking because I expected down and it's not going down. Therefore, I'm thinking to myself, well, why then not go up? If you're not going down, then go up, basically. We've come so far up now. Why would we just not continue and at least take out the liquidity from these highs and then see what happens? Do you get a rejection from those highs, or do you get a little bit of a squeeze and you push up higher? And maybe we just push up higher, you know. It's April, like it's the halving month. When I think about the historic price action on Bitcoin, that's a good question. Let's have a look at the historic price action on the halving month. This is the monthly time frame on the index chart. So we're in the halving month. Before it was May. April was bullish, April 20, and then May was bullish. May was the halving month, and that was a bullish month. Yeah, that was a green month, and then June was a red month, and then it just continued. And then before then, May, was it June? June 16 or 17? I think it was 16. It was green as well. So we've had the halving months have been bullish, and this is quite unusual because we're about to close above the previous all-time high 1 month before the halving. Okay. Let me go back to the Elliott waves. So in terms of like, this is the wave 3, this is the wave 1. If you do a trend base fib to the 1 to the 2, that put the extension of the 1 to 1 roughly where the 3 ended. It got slightly higher. That was good. And we have higher targets now. That was from the 1 to the 2. And let me just do it from this one as well. Okay. So that gave you really strong confluence at about 63, and here where the price rejected. You see that? The 1 and the 1.618 came to exactly the same place where the price rejected. For all intents and purposes, that's still going to act as resistance as we go up. So you have to bear that in mind. And when you look higher up, you see at about 95k, there's quite strong resistance too. 95k. Can we line that up with the fib extension? Where is my fib extension? There it is. Which one is that one? Don't know which one is the right one. Can't remember. It's the log one that I'm interested in. Yeah, that's the right one. Let me get rid of that. So yeah, we have a bit of confluence at about 128k and about 95k. 95. I don't think there's any reason why we should just break past 95. Just like that. And I think it would depend on the 4, where 4 stops, yeah? We are in price discovery. I think it would depend on 4. Like, we have to see where 4 stops. I don't... Oh, we don't know yet. That's part of the problem. I think once we have an impulse, we start seeing an impulse, we can see where the 4 ends, and then we can do another trend-based fib to see if we have any alignments in the fib. But at the moment I can see that there's a little bit of alignment at about $95,000. See that? And I'm basing that on a 0 to 1 to 2 here, and then on this wave 3 I'm basing it on a 0 to the 1 to 2 here. Now you can also do to the 3 to the 4, but we don't have the 4 yet, so I'm just doing it to the 0 to the 1 to the 2. Okay, when you have the 4, you can also do it from the higher time frame, from the 0. Oh no, you can't, not yet, because we haven't got the 4 yet. Also, when you have the 4, you can do a retracement. So we haven't got the 4 yet. Let me just do a retracement from this high to low. What is that? Nothing interesting, to be honest with you. Just from that high to low. There's nothing crazy interesting. Not yet. And for all intents and purposes, these fibs will react, but we're not. I'm not really fussed about the where it's gonna. I'm looking for the area of reversal, really. I'm not just looking for areas where it's gonna react. I'm looking for reversals. I'm looking for where the price could naturally end. And so actually we don't know where the 4 is gonna come to a conclusion. Are we gonna get and the question for everyone is this: do we get like a push up for an extended flat? That doesn't work because of the time frames. Let me just do it correctly. So let's just say hypothetically we all the way to the end of April we're correcting. Let's just say we do that. Come all the way back there. That's an extended flat correction. And so that's your wave 4 effectively, because we've already had finished our wave 3. That would be your wave 4. Right? This is very speculative. It would be like that. Then when you have that, then what you would do is you would just do a trend-based fib from this pivot here, the 2 to the 3 to the 4. Okay. And then you see higher up, there's confluence. There's confluence at about $109,000, and then higher up, you see where the lines converge. But we don't have the pivot now for the 4 to see how the 4 ends. If the 4 ends there, if not, you know, you're going to be looking lower. So if we go all the way down to 63,000 now, and not necessarily now, like what if the price, and it's a bit, this is all speculation. If the price goes up, swing failure is the all-time high and then heads right back down to there, okay, for like a flat correction like that, but you end there, then you're basically looking at 3 lines of confluence at 95,000. That you would expect the price to come to an end at 95,000. That would be your target then. Does that make sense? And then your last wave, your corrective wave, would be like that. And then you'd have another impulsive 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, whatever, all the way up to your target. And that will complete your wave 3. That will be the last wave, the wave 5 of 3. And then you'll be looking for a corrective 4. Probably all the way back down, to be honest with you, all the way back down to the all-time high. Probably. I think that would be more likely than not for the final wave. However the final wave is going to be. And then you do exactly the same thing to try and calculate the fib targets. And so it's really important for us to see where this fall correction ends. All right. We just chuck all of that into my Elliott waves. W. Okay. And then I'll put the fib retracement in there as well. So when it comes to the local price action, I had an idea of a few things. I had an idea of a harmonic. I had an idea of a diamond. I had an idea of a megaphone. I had a few ideas, and I mean, Bitcoin is basically doing what the hell it wants. It's ignoring what people think, and it's doing what it wants. I don't know if the diamond's in play anymore, to be honest with you. If it was, it would look like, I mean, I don't, you know, it's basically like that. And I think this is the question now. If we, it doesn't look like it's in play anymore, the diamond idea that I had. And that being said, look, we've had a little bit of a swing failure from that pivot. We're back into this pivot. So we're holding support. That's a back test. That's basically, as this SFP has become an SR flip right now. And we're still into an SFP. So that SFP short would have worked. I closed it, but it would have worked. I closed it because it wasn't really a planned trade, and anyway, it was a small risk anyway. So we're on an SR flip right now, and we've had an SFP. So we kind of stuck, actually. It looks like the price is a little bit stuck. Where's our local volume levels? There they are. A little bit of a rejection of the value area high. A little bit of a failed auction above it. But we're into an SR flip right now. Is it a diamond or is it a megaphone? Or is it something else? If we don't, and this is the thing, if we don't take out these highs, if we don't take out this pivot here, and then we start heading down, it's not going to look crazy bullish again. It's going to go back to bearish. And you're just going to go back to my idea, my previous ideas that I had of that harmonic. So I'll just draw it again. That. So it's still in play if we don't take out that C. If you hold that pivot, then you're still looking at something like that, potentially. It's possible. I don't think it's likely, but I think in Bitcoin anything's possible. And it doesn't matter that we've come across sideways. It's always possible that this kind of now drops and heads right down to complete that harmonic. Like with Bitcoin, it's always possible. Yeah. So I don't think it's going to happen, but as long as we don't take out that pivot, this is still in play. At the moment, we haven't done that. Okay. Again, I think this is very unlikely, but you just never know. If that was to present itself, if you were to complete the D on time, the timing would be basically a 1-to-1 of this harmonic. I think there's like a 1% chance that this is going to happen. Honestly, I don't really think this is going to happen. But you're basically looking at the D completing here. Has to be on time, which is the 3rd of April. So then you'll be looking for a really sharp sell-off all the way for 3 days, all the way down to complete this harmonic. That's what you're expecting, roughly. It could be 1 day later, or you know. I really don't think that's possible. Okay. But I mean, I'll just leave it there for the sake of, and if that was to happen, it'd be a very easy long. Be a very easy long. That was to happen. That'd be a very easy trade. I think that's the chance of this happening is 1% or less. So I'm going to hide it. And then the other longs that I was thinking about was this point of control. So you've got these naked points of control there, and liking still. Yeah, you got a bit of the problem is it's going to be hard to get down now. Like, we've got a few levels here, and what I'm thinking is we're probably going to be ranging up here more likely than not now. But if we were able to get down here, it's a big if. You've got a golden pocket. Actually, it's the 50%. You've got a golden pocket somewhere in one of these pivots. Yeah. I think it's a pretty good level, to be honest with you. 382. All the way down to this lowest pivot. It's the 382. So I think that's going to be the strongest reaction, is going to be somewhere here. This weekly level point of control. I don't know if this is going to happen anytime soon, but if you do that, it's very likely you're going to get a really good reaction for a long there. Let's see long. And actually what I'm thinking now, I don't think there's a diamond anymore. I don't think there's a megaphone anymore. I think all that's happening now is we are in the range, and we're just range bound right now. That's what it looks like right now. We're range bound, and you can see how the point of control is in the lows of the range, the price is in the highs of the range. So even if the price was to kind of get down somehow, you're still going to have a reaction probably off that point of control on the local time frame. And that, you know, it's going to come into a fib level somewhere. According to this, it's coming down to the 786. You lose the golden pocket, come into the 786. React of the golden of the point of control, and then this naked weekly point of control, which coincide on the 786. So you're probably going to get like a local long there, but probably what's happening now is that we are in the range, and we're range bound. That's what it looks like at the moment. You're probably a little local long there. There is a trend line there actually, that if it breaks, it's not going to look great. I'll show you here. So if you do break that trend line, it's not going to look great. But you're still in the range, like for all intents purposes, you're still in the range. Break down. It'll just go down to there to go back up, you know, like just because you break a trend line in the range, what's more important is the range, the volume range. And with the bullishness that I'm seeing, it's possible that this trend line comes down and hits again and you just go up. You know, it doesn't have to necessarily, it doesn't have to break. So it's good to keep an eye on that. That trend line is obviously reacting, and see how that, if we lose that trend line, then maybe we'll have a little kind of sell off to the downside. But I think at the moment we're kind of locked, and I can't really see crazy trades right now. Probably the next trade will be, the next short will be slightly higher up. Where's these? Got the local volume levels and the high time frame levels. Anything? Nothing. It's just a naked weekly point of control into a swing failure up there. That's it. It might, there might be a reaction, it might not be a reaction. No one knows. No one knows if there's going to be a reaction or not. And that would be like that. I think if you start attacking the highs, you're probably going much higher, because you'll probably squeeze up. Yeah, and again, it's the same thing. You've got to see if there's a reaction off the if we go up to the all-time high, we get another 2 billion short on Binance. You know, then you have to short that, huh? You can't just ignore that. If you get a 2 billion short on Binance again, and that's the thing, that's what's been happening. The price goes up somehow, goes up to there, and then psh, Binance shorts $2 billion market short. It's been happening every time you make an all-time high. There's another $2 billion short on Binance. That happens, you have to short. You can't just ignore that. That's going to trap a lot of late longs. You know, you're going to get people longing on leverage, and then suddenly short, and then all of these longs are underwater, and guess what they do? They close at market, and the price just comes right back down. So if you do get an SFP of the highs there, you'd probably take that. You'd probably take that trade, but you just have to see the reaction. Which one is that one? That's the highs. That's that trend line. We'll call that a local short. So what I'm going to do now is I'll put a few alerts for myself and take these trades. This one I'll probably take if I get an SFP. Why not? Scalp that. So yeah, okay, good. Still going on. Okay, got that. Where are my other alerts? Where's my long? Okay, so this long, I'm gonna put an alert here. I'll put it a little bit earlier. There's no swing failure here, so I'm just gonna have to look for some kind of invalidation locally. Local BTC, long BTC, local. Like that, and then you have one lower down. The pot long, the point of control long, is much lower down, like there. Don't need to alert that. That's going to be. I'll keep an eye on that. So at the moment we're kind of in the highs, and I think as long as we don't lose this trend line, then it could be a case of us pushing higher. We could be in a situation where we're forming some kind of flat top triangle here. Yeah, it's possible. We could go back down and then break out like that. It's possible. Yeah, we could be in a little bit of a flat top triangle right now. I think that diamond idea is out of the question. I can't see it anymore. Which ones are these ones? Oh, this is the local. Let's pull that to the top. Trends and hide the rest. And at the moment, you know, like it's bullish. Look, it's quite bullish. We had a swing failure. Now, you could short that for sure. What time is it? You're coming back into this SFP line. There's an invalidation. Is it going to go higher? Possibly. Why is the price coming up? Well, let me have a look at EXO charts. Longs are coming in. Just looking at it, I'll show you. Look. Let me go to the right tab. If it loads, God, why is it so slow? There it is. Look. See that? Increasing OI, increasing prices. Longs are coming in. Long. That there was it was a long closing actually. Interesting. This is shorts. Look. OI going up, price coming down. You've got shorts entering here. But for all intents purposes, the CVD is going down, but you're making higher lows. Only slightly. I mean, here technically it was a lower low, but you can still see that on average the price is being absorbed. Okay. So you see how the CVD is almost at the bottom of this range, whereas the price is much higher. So for all intents purposes, there is absorption still happening. And as long as people are longing now, you're not gonna like go against the trend. The trend is longing. And you want to see people longing. And that's what's happening now. People are longing. They're longing on leverage. Yeah. I want to start seeing shorts opening. Are they opening now? Not really. Can't see shorts opening. I want to see shorts opening. That will give me the confidence to short. But I'm not seeing it. I saw them some shorting here. And this is shorts closing. You see how the price went up? OI went down. This was shorts closing. So when you start seeing shorts closing, you're not going to short. Yeah, you're not shorting when shorts are closing. When shorts are closing, it means people think the price is going higher. That's why they're closing their shorts, because they think it's going to go higher. Because if that's the market sentiment, then you've got to wait. And when would you short this? Well, there's two ways to short this locally. It would be another swing failure like that, then you can short that, or you're looking for weakness, and it would be basically losing this line here. But you have to bear in mind that there's a trend line down here. So actually what would be better would be to kind of lose that trend line. Then it would be a much easier short, because you've lost the trend line now. A lot easier to short that. I think it'll be easy to short if you lose this SR flip here, because you can clearly see on the 1 hour time frame that the price has reacted as a back test. It's rejected, and now it's reacted. So it's flipped from a resistance to a support line. So if you flip that back into resistance, I think then it will be easier to short with a kind of, relatively speaking, a tighter validation. You could technically, you can short now, technically, but I don't know if I mean, what time is it? Yeah, I'm not really in the mood. I've shorted twice and both of them have failed, so I'm not really in the mood to short right now. I'd rather long, but we have to long lower. You wouldn't just long now, you'd wait for the pullbacks. And then the longs that I have in question is, I mean, you're potentially losing that trend line to long. Yeah, but that's where I would long. But I'll be looking to long to take profit. I wouldn't necessarily be looking to long for continuation. If you do come back, you just range here, and then you could just long there. If we were ranging here for a while, but I mean, I don't think that's likely, because by then it would be about 4 p.m. tomorrow. Tomorrow is a bank holiday. It's a day off. It's Easter Monday. Is that tomorrow? Yeah. So you're not going to be seeing the same volume as on a normal day. You could potentially short that. All right. Maybe I'll short it, but I'm not going to wait for the end of the day. Let's see. Short that. To the golden pocket. There's your reaction. Take a short. Why not? Just for fun. Oh god, I'm seeing that TRVL has gone up, so I'm going to have to look at it soon. I think it's into the value area as well here. Look, where's the local? The thing is, it could SFP as well, and that's the problem. Where's the local volume levels? Yeah, we're above the local value area high right now. back into the golden pocket. I mean, it's bullish. I'm going to short it just for fun. I could take a small short, risk a small amount. I'll try and limit in because the volume's quite low. Oh, look, it just came down already. It's difficult to limit in if the price isn't moving in your direction. So I'm just going to have to mark it in now. Okay, just took a short. Very small risk because my invalidation, basically my trade plan is very simple. It's there. And I'll probably be looking to get down to here, to this golden pocket here. Probably there. The problem with this short is you've got a bit of an SR flip going here. So it's a hard one, but you have to take profit there. That's where you have to take profit at this SR flip. It's basically a one-to-one trade right there. If it works. How much am I risking? Well, I have to just calculate that and put the stop up there. 713.60. This my screen isn't working. Hold on a second. Can't do it. There it is. I've got no keyboard on my Bybit. Oh, that's so annoying. Let me load it up again. $713.60. 713.60. I like, yeah. I'm not even risking a 20th of a percent. Just why not? Just see what happens. I mean, the price can go two ways. It can go up or down, yeah? But the context of why I'm thinking is short now is that swing failure. So we had a swing failure of this pivot. The price has gone down and we're back into the golden pocket. See that? From the pivot high to the pivot low, we're back into the golden pocket. You're seeing a little bit of a reaction. So you have a short with an invalidation. That's your invalidation. So if the price goes up, you get stopped out. Okay. But you're seeing a little reaction in the golden pocket. And so it is possible now that when the daily candle closes, a green candle, weekly is a green candle, month, every candle is going to be a green candle. But then you'll see a little bit of a pullback. It's possible. So when I say possible, it's probable. But it's also possible that the price goes up and you get invalidated first. Yeah, it's also possible that you get a local SFP short. Where was that? Slightly higher up. So you get a little bit of a push up first. It's possible you get a push up, squeeze people, go up, and then come back down. It's also possible you just go up, squeeze, and then go back down. So there's lots of possibilities here. So I'm not gonna risk crazy amounts, just a small trade. But you never know, like this could be the top and then the price could head down. And then if it starts to head down, then you're in a really good position. So why not? Look, SFP back into the golden pocket, and you can clearly see there's a little bit of a reaction. Yeah? Clearly see there's a little bit of reaction. So we're kind of above the local value area high, but maybe we'll lose it. And then we'll head down to this golden pocket area here, and that'll be a pretty good trade. If it starts to go down, I will be inclined to keep on shorting to quickly build my position up. Yeah. So I just started off with a small position, and technically I could just risk 1%, but I'm not 100%. I'm not like really positive. It's just speculative right now. But basically, you're just trading the short back into the golden pocket on the local time frame. Right. The other reason why I'm kind of inclined to do that is because there's a few longs coming in these highs, and I think maybe that we can trap those longs. Okay. So yeah, I mean, I'm slightly up right now. I'm slightly up. It's all right. Look at that. It's okay. It's good to take a trade and then you're up immediately. That kind of gives you the confidence about your idea. Yeah. And the reaction was that wick. You see there's a wick into the golden pocket. That's a reaction. That's kind of what you're looking for. Hi, Jayway. How's it going? Nice to have you. Yeah, it's not live yet. It's going to be live soon, actually. It's going to be live soon. So, I mean, Bitcoin is looking crazy bullish. I am in a short right now, which I just took literally right now. And it's a very small short. And we'll see what happens, you know. We'll see. It's good to be... The great thing about the short is that I got a really small invalidation. That's my invalidation. So it's a really good place to short. But for all intents and purposes, the price could just go down, find support, and just ping back up again. There's no reason to think that the price is going to go down just because you took a short at a good place. Anything could happen, right? Let me have a look. Anything else interesting? We've got this trend line. If we lose this trend line, I'll be much more confident about my short. Doesn't mean I'm not going to take a long. I'll just take my profit, take a long, and then I'll be looking to take another short. Probably, if that was to happen, I'll be looking to take a short back into that trend line for continuation downwards. Yeah. So let's just see how this behaves. But for all intents purposes, we could be forming some kind of flat top triangle. So you get a little bounce off that trend line, and actually you're heading up. Okay. So this trend line is probably going to prove quite important in this local price action. Are we forming a flat top triangle now, or are we just going to break down and continue this kind of flat range like this, like a really flat range? I think, what do altcoins want? Well, altcoins like it when Bitcoin goes sideways but shows strength. Yeah. And I think if Bitcoin just goes sideways and just pretty much shows, it'll be quite strong. If we don't fall, then it's be quite strong if Bitcoin just goes sideways. I think it'll be much harder for altcoins if Bitcoin... let me just hide all of these brush strokes now because they're in the way. That short position, get rid of that. Get rid of that now. Keep those and that local long. Okay, let's get rid of that volume area there. I think, you see, if Bitcoin manages, if we are forming some kind of flat top here and Bitcoin manages to break it, go up, squeeze up, and then we start ranging up here, that's going to be really good for the altcoins. That's going to be, we get back above this pivot and we hold it as some kind of support. I think altcoins are going to be flying. Okay. The other scenario where I think altcoins could probably do well is if we just go sideways here. Even if we break down, we just go sideways here for a while. That'd be quite nice. You could be seeing like some kind of A, B, C like that, you know. Altcoins love it when Bitcoin shows strength, and altcoins love it when Bitcoin goes nowhere, but doesn't show weakness. So keep an eye on that. Are there any questions on Bitcoin? TRVL price prediction and AVA price prediction. Yeah. I'll go and have a look at them. See, like the price is pulled back, but I'm not really seeing crazy weakness on this, to be honest with you. I'm in a small short now. It's marginally in profit, marginally, just because I had a good entry. But look, I'm not seeing crazy weakness right now. And if I see the price now start coming up there, I'll just close the short. I won't even wait to get invalidated because I don't really want the price to get back up there if I'm in a short. Yeah, I do want the price to get up there because actually I want altcoins to pump. But let's see. All right, I think that's my Bitcoin analysis. I have a few trade ideas. Let me just pull them up again. I'll go back to the 4-hour time frame. Got a long down here. Who knows if that's going to happen. Got a local long here. If we lose that trend line, possible. Somewhere there. And just continue the range. A local SFP short on this highest pivot. If that was to present itself. And then a much higher time frame long if for some reason we were able to get down here. And I think that's very unlikely. But let's see. And that's at the moment, that's what I've got right now. I don't really have anything. Everything else is going to be really difficult to trade unless you have a crazy wide invalidation. You're on some kind of cross leverage account. And yeah, everything else will be quite difficult to trade. You could trade the local range, and that would probably be the easiest thing to do. So let me look at the local range now. We're at the value area high, and if we can't get above it to flip it into support, then you're probably you're heading back down to the point of control. Probably. If you find resistance on the high, you're probably heading back down to the lows. Find support at the lows, you head back up to the highs, and that continues. And if you look at the whole price action from when we began the range, it went from top to bottom to top to bottom to top. It lost it, but as it got back in, went back to the top, bottom, back to the top, you see? So actually, the most profitable trades are the trading the range trades, but the problem is always the same. What's your invalidation? And there's a lot of people now on cross leverage accounts which they have very wide invalidations, and effectively all they're doing is trading the ranges. Yeah, so they'll leverage up and then they'll leverage down, or they'll short the top and they'll long the bottom, and they'll have really wide invalidations. That's kind of what's going on. Okay, I'm not fond of the strength, but you know, we don't take that top pivot, my short's still okay. I could add to it potentially. All right, any questions? Questions? I've got a few drop frames, but it's still okay. What time is it? Okay, we got Now, the clocks have gone forward, haven't they? So that means our daily time frame now ends in over an hour, hour and a half. So we're still, yeah, we're still a ways from that. Which sucks, because now I have to stay up until 1 a.m. now to wait for the daily candle. Right. Let me have a look at some other things. While I look at my phone. All right, I'm gonna just be back in about 2 minutes. I'm just gonna get something from the kitchen. And then I think what I'm gonna do is gonna have a look at TRVL first. And then some other things, okay? Probably ETH, maybe Binance as well. Have a look at some of the big coins as well, the big tokens. All right, I'll be back in about 2 minutes. Okay, I'm back. Right, there's a few people here. Nice to have you join me Sunday evening. All right, so I think that's my Bitcoin analysis for now. I mean, what can I say? I think we really have the most bullish Bitcoin ever at the moment. Like, it's off the charts. The bullishness that I'm seeing on Bitcoin is off the charts. Yeah, on this 3-monthly candle, we've got increasing volume, increasing prices. Look at this. Every single month, we've had increasing volume since September. See that? Increasing volume, increasing prices. I mean, that's bullish. Look, increasing volume, increasing prices. It's healthy price action for continuation. What I'm seeing in Bitcoin right now, I'm not seeing any signs of weakness at all. And just to imagine that the Bitcoin hasn't halved and retail hasn't even really become aware of what's happening. And I think retail will always come in late. They'll come in at the highs. They'll come in the multiple hundreds, potentially 100 or 100 plus. And so we haven't seen that kind of craziness yet. So I think, yeah, I think I think this is going to be a really crazy bull market, actually. If you look at the 6-month candle, look, we're not even halfway through, and look how strong this 6-month candle is. It's a really strong candle. So these candles are really strong, really bullish. And I'm not seeing any signs of weakness anywhere. These last 2 weeks have been, you had this red doji, then you had this hammer, almost a hammer. Without that wick on top, it'd be a hammer. And look, the price is being bought up. So these red candles are being bought up. And none of this price action is as steep as this. That was the steep one. We're not even there yet. It's still not as steep. So potentially you could, if we do get steep price action, we could be going like that. We could be going vertical. You have to see what happens. If I was to look at now some other things like Bitcoin dominance, look at that. All right. Okay, I can keep all of that because that's still relevant. Get rid of this fixed ranges. So I have Bitcoin dominance in this kind of wide kind of triangle. I think you can see that. From there to there to there to there. And you have the golden pocket, which is from point C to D. So I do wonder if we're going to hit there. I'm not sure if it's going to happen, when it's going to happen, but I do wonder if maybe next month we kind of get into that zone. And then the other thing I'm wondering, so when you look at historic price action, the last Bitcoin bull market, it was May that we had the halving, right? May 20, that's when the halving was here. And then for 1, 2, 3 months, the dominance went down. It went down. And then it went up, and then it just really dropped. So it'd be interesting to see what happens. Actually, I'm not sure. But if we do go up, we're going to be into resistance on Bitcoin dominance. He's going to be in the golden pocket of this extent of this Fibonacci pool range retracement, and you'll be on this trend line. Okay, so it's something to bear in mind, and that's kind of what we want, because we want alt season, and therefore we want Bitcoin dominance to come into resistance. And if I do a range pool, a volume pool, excuse me, if I do it on the whole range, yeah, you can see that the value area high also kind of almost coincides with the golden pocket and this trend line. So there's going to be quite strong resistance on Bitcoin dominance if we go up. We're not far away from major resistance, yeah? How far away are we from major resistance on Bitcoin dominance? Between 8% through to about 12%, like 10%, thereabouts. So if Bitcoin dominance increases by 10%, then Bitcoin dominance will be in major resistance. Yeah. And also, I don't know if you can see it, but there's a little bit of an SR flip off this pivot low here, which is slightly lower. See that? It's a bit of a zone here where Bitcoin dominance is going to find resistance if it goes up a little bit further. So I do expect once we hit resistance, then the alts are going to really fly, because then what you'll get is you'll get the value of Bitcoin rotate into altcoins. That's what this means. Or you'll just get value of altcoins and go up much higher than Bitcoin. That's basically what it means. It might be extra value coming in from the outside of the market, but it'll be going into altcoins. So I am expecting that resistance if we go up. And if we don't go up, it makes no difference, because then we're just going down. But I think it'd be weird to just go down now. I think it would make more sense to go up than go down, just to kind of complete this idea. And there's a lot of space to the downside. If you see the way the distance to the golden pocket, I've kind of imagined it to there. It will take us back into the value area high of this previous range. There's a lot of space for altcoins to run to get back to there. Now, of course, it could find support anywhere in between. It doesn't have to go all the way down there. You could find support like here. Anyway, we keep an eye on this. This is looking quite good for altcoins. Sooner or later, this is going to play out the way we need it. We want it to play out. Let me hide that now. Close that fixed range. I mean, looking at the 3-month candle, look. Is that bullish for Bitcoin? No. No, I don't think it is. I don't think it's that bullish, actually. Because you haven't really, you've closed within the wick, but you've got increasing volume, but you're still within the wick. So you have all of this kind of value coming into Bitcoin, and you're still within the previous candle range. Yeah, that's the previous candle range. All of that volume, increasing volume, but to all intents and purposes, you're still stuck in the range. So all of that volume into Bitcoin hasn't actually managed to move Bitcoin dominance. So I don't think that's bullish. I actually think that's quite, potentially that's quite bearish. And I'm thinking to myself, it wouldn't look bad, terrible to go up into that zone and then just fall right back down in the next 3 months to complete with a red candle there. That wouldn't look terrible. And then a red candle, and then, you know, another red candle. In the context of my previous idea, it could work, you know, it could work. But anyway, this is all speculation. No one can predict the future. It's just an idea. You know, total market cap. I mean, what can I say? The 3-month candles. It's bullish AF. We haven't closed above the all-time high on the crypto market cap yet, but I've got this channel and look, we've just clearly breaking above it. Similar to Bitcoin, actually. And I've got these higher time frame fib levels, so if when we do come to about 4.5 trillion market cap, I will be looking for a pullback into USDT. And obviously if we overextend and we push to 7.3, I've got these ideas of higher time frame targets on fib, and I'll be keeping a close eye on this. So it's a good idea to correlate this with Bitcoin and then correlate that with BTCD. Then the other thing it's good to correlate that with is USDTD. Yeah, the USDT dominance. And so I've been tracking this for a while now, since December, when we were breaking down from this higher time frame trend line. Okay, and so we're seeing a breakdown now at the moment. We're kind of coming into support, but we kind of bounced, and that was it. That was the bounce. So you had your little bounce, and potentially when I'm looking at the candles, you know, I'm looking at continuation candles. I'm not looking at a bottoming candle right now. Let me just clean this up a little bit. Hide that. Just fix ranges are fine. Are there other trend lines in play? Possibly. Look how far the data goes back. That's just, for me, that's just the nearest trend line which I've marked out, which is what I was considering. But if we were to take the whole time frame into consideration and get rid of that one and that one and this and this and the last two horizontals. Okay, let me have a look at these. Looks a little bit like a rounding top, this whole movement. Rounding top. I wonder if we have a real breakdown and no one, like the USD just becomes defunct. That's that black hole, that root analysis guy is talking about. So let me just have a look at this as well. Let me just play around with this a little bit. I mean, every trend line you have the price breaking down, you see. And let me have a look. Where's my GAN? Yeah, I don't know, but I think it's like it's looking very bearish. This whole thing's looking very bearish. This is the inverse. Let me have a look at the moving averages, because I like to look at those sometimes. Okay, so on the weekly time frame, if you look at the moving averages, we've come underneath the weekly 200. The price is still going down. The weekly 200 has gone flat. We haven't yet rubbered back to it like we have on the 50 previously. I mean, to all intents and purposes, you could argue that the momentum is still to the upside, because that is a crazy uptrend, isn't it? Look, you see that? That's a very crazy uptrend. But every trend line has been lost on this uptrend. And the only other thing that I can think of is volume. And you can see the volume is in the highs. And what else can you see is that we've lost the value area high. So the next area of big support, and this is very important for us when it comes to Bitcoin. Yeah, this is going to be really crucial for us to get back into USDT when this price hits the point of control. Yeah, it's a real important indicator when the USDTD comes into support, that is going to time correctly with the crypto market cap coming into resistance. Yeah, for some reason these things are synchronized. There's no reason to think that it's not going to happen on Q. So I'm just going to mark that out, point of control. That'll be a good place for the price to be back into USDT when USDTD comes into support. And just for the sake of consistency, I'm going to put I'm going to mark these over up as well. Value area high. Value area low. Let's get rid of these moving averages again. Just undo that. You have a high volume node here as well, to be honest with you. You might see a bounce there as well. Keep an eye on that as well. All right. Got your trend lines. We'll just ignore those really, because they're useless now, aren't they? Both of these trend lines are useless. We're clearly breaking down from this trend line. It kind of feels like a bump and run, this trend line. You see this? This whole pattern is a bump and run pattern. Yeah. I'll show you. This is the trend line. It actually goes up further to there. See this? This is the inverse. This is the trend line. Yeah. And it's the bump. This is the bump. And you follow this steeper trend line. You break. And now we're running. That's the run. It's called the bump and run. Let me find it for you guys so you can see what I mean. Give me a second. Let me just log into this this site. I can find it for you perfectly and I can show you. Or maybe I can't. Maybe I can't. All right, let me try something else. Okay, here it is. Copy image. So this is the bump and run reversal. Okay. So I think this is what we're seeing now on USDT. Let me reverse it back and compare it to where we are now. Okay. So let me just get rid of these yellow lines that I have here. Okay. I just got this chart randomly just searching on Google. And so you see, according to this, you have the lead in. And I mean, obviously this trend line is a bit weird. I think probably this blue line, here it says it comes from the low, but probably this blue line reflects this white line that I have here. Probably. Okay. This is 31 degrees. I don't think that matters. This is 26 degrees. And this one is 48 degrees. This is 47 degrees. Okay. Let me zoom in a little bit. And that actually, the bump and run is just on this top part. Just this top part here, from where it begins here. And you have your lead in. So that's where the price goes. And then here, that's the bump. This is the bump. And it follows a much steeper trend line. See that? And that's here. So you have this bump. So it doesn't follow the original trend line, this yellow line. It gets bumped to a higher trend line. Then you break. You had the break back in just recently, actually, just January. That was the break. And then once you break this bottom line here, we've back tested it, that's the run. So we're in a run now at the moment on the USDT to the downside. It's called the bump and run reversal pattern. Okay, that's what it looks like. And in terms of the target, I mean, look, it goes all the way down to where it begins. So potentially, this is heading all the way down to here. You see that? Where it begins. This kind of begins here. All right. That's what it looks like to me at the moment. Let me just delete all these. So let me just see how that works with, okay, that's that. We don't need the furniture anymore. What's this one? It's the golden pocket, and this is the volume levels. And actually, according to the run, you could head all the way down to here, but the problem is you have the point of control. What is that golden pocket? That golden pocket corresponds with the value area low. You're going to have support there. You're definitely going to have support there, and you're going to have support there. You're going to have two levels of support. This doesn't have any of that data, so we can't see. Let me see if there's any other information on targeting the bump and run. Does it give you targets? Any targets? Can't see it. Can't see any targets. Let me type that in. Bump and run targets. No. Yeah. I can't see any target. According to this, is where it begins. That would put us down here. But I think for all intents purposes, I would probably I'll be probably aiming for here. Probably. That would make sense because that's the value area low. And from this lowest pivot to this high where the trend begins, that's the golden pocket. That would make sense. And I don't know if there's any other levels. I'm not really, this is a percentage chart, so I'm not really too worried about liquidity levels because it doesn't work like that. So I don't know. That would make sense. I think potentially you could think to yourself that if the USDTD gets down to the golden pocket and the value area low, that's it. I think that's it. And if you do, the thing is, if you do get a breakdown, then it will go down quite fast, and probably then that will be your lowest target, and that's an increase. That's another 61% decrease, rather. You know, so we have to see how the price behaves. But for all intents and purposes, you know, if you look at the way the price is moving, this isn't the price, this is percentage. Yeah, I always think of the range. This is the range. We're in the range. That's deviation from the range. We're back in the range. Let's head back to the bottom of the range. Yeah. If we lose the bottom of the range, then you could be in another deviation from the range to get back into the range. So potentially we're in a range and it's just range bound. And if you lose the range, or if you get above the range, it's a deviation. Now, could there be a deviation to the downside? Absolutely, there could be. But I think a good place to, these like key levels will be good places where USDTD finds support, you know, so you have these high volume nodes. One there, and then point of control, and then the value area low, which is probably the strongest one because it coincides with some key higher time frame fib levels. I think that's going to be quite important. It's something to bear in mind. But we are definitely, as far as I can tell, in a bump and run pattern, and we've only just really broken out of that pattern. So that gives me a lot of confidence. We've lost, we've back into the value area. We've lost value area high as support. And so for all intents purposes, this is definitely going to continue all the way down to the point of control. Why wouldn't it? And I'm just not going to go in a straight line, but, and then probably all the way down to the value area low as well. You know, that's probably what's going to happen, because once you're in the value area, you're heading to the other side. You're in your range bound. You're going from one side of the range to the other side. That's what happens. All right. Oh, bless me. Let me have a quick look at Bitcoin and see if there's anything interesting going on. Probably not. Okay. Let me have a look at this. Do put any lines back in. Oh look, it's nicely back tested the SFP line now. I will add to my short. Hold on. Why not? Why not? I'm basically at the same position, but I always start off small, and then if I see that it's kind of doing what I want, I'll add to it. On the order books, I can see that there's a lot of longs though. It's like 61% longs. I like that, because if they're longing into resistance and the price goes down, then they're going to have a lot of trapped longs, and they're just going to sell at market and bring the price down. Right. 7 p.m. in New York City. That's good, huh? 7 p.m. Usually you're asleep when I'm streaming in the morning in London. Finally, you can be awake. TRVL. Let's have a look at TRVL. So TRVL, we've had a bit of a set-off. to my frustration, you know. Oh my god. You have a big sell-off and then look at what happens. You have a big buyback. Like, how crazy is that? I just don't understand TRVL sometimes. It confuses me beyond imagination, you know. Like, sometimes I have a really good idea of like that, like when I called 5.5 cents as really good support, and it worked. Like, it really was good support, because we had this crazy bounce, and you know, the last few days it's just been selling off, and I'm just like completely baffled by the price action. And you know, today I was looking at the charts, and I was like, God, people must really hate me, because I've been telling everyone it's bullish and the price just keeps on going down. And look at now, look at, like, I'm just thinking to just like tell people, get prepared for lower, and the price is already up 8% from that low that was put in. You only got 100,000 TRVL. Well, when I managed to get people to, when I managed to get my YouTube channel to 10,000 people by the end of this year, that's my aim, then I'm looking to take TRVL up to $25. If I manage to do that, your 100,000 is going to be worth quite a lot, right? So let's see. Let's see. But that's my I think TRVL, I think Dtravel is worth $10 billion. Yeah, I really do. I think Dtravel is worth more than $10 billion. I think the whole world is going to become Web3 in the future. and Dtravel has basically done something which will have no more competition in the future. It's peer-to-peer vacation rentals, and that's it really. Like, the future is Web3, and in the same way that Bitcoin has done store of value, yeah, in the same way that other projects have done certain things in DeFi or whatever, Dtravel is doing its own thing in its own space. It's not a new space. It's just a space that exists already in the real world and in Web 2, and they're just converting that and taking that into Web 3. And I think in the future, it's going to be very big. It's going to be a multi-billion-dollar business, startup, token, whatever you want to call it. I really believe that. So I'm not really worried about Dtravel increasing in value. I think for me, 10 billion is the target, and 10 billion would put us at about, I think, $25. I think 10 billion would it put it? Is 100 billion? Yeah, well, I'm not basing it on the token, the total tokens. I'm only basing on the circulation. Yeah, I did a calculation. I think 25 puts us at 10 billion. We would need Bitcoin to get up to about $300,000, don't know. If Bitcoin gets so overextends, which I think it will this time round. Yeah, they have no, but yeah, I mean, if they don't, J-Way is saying that people in the US have no idea about Ava. There's this other token that I've been tracking. Actually, Craig told me about it, called Qcoin, and they've got this site called Flycube. See that? Flycube. See that? So I'm interested about this as well. Look, surprise destination. Let's try it. I don't know if it works. Discard 2 for free. So it looks quite complicated to me, to be honest with you. But anyway, this is Kubecoin. This is Web3. This is a really small market cap token. It's like $1 million. I've got a few $1,000s of this, just in case. Just in case this becomes big. You never know, It's a really small market cap token. And let me just see what their chain is. What does it say? I can't remember what the chain is, but it's not. I think it might be Ava. Ada. I'm not sure. Doesn't say. But it's not gonna. I don't think it's ETH. All right. ARV coin. I'll have a look at ARV. I wanted to have a look at TRV. Oh, Ariva, yeah. I think I looked at Ariva before. Have a look. My internet is so laggy, so annoying. The UK, so annoying in the UK. I need to go somewhere where they've got good internet. Oh yeah, look at that. That's when was the all-time low? 7 months ago. That's it. Arriva Digital. Oh, it's worth a speculation, huh? Look, 3 million market cap. I don't really know what it does. Tourism. It's probably worth a speculation, huh? Arriva. Because then I've got the tourism covered. Dtravel, that cube, ARV, yeah, Ava. Everything goes up, yeah. But that I can't. I mean, going back to TRVL. Let me just go back to the. Let me just. I mean, like, I'm amazed by TRVL, to be honest with you. Could it be more bullish? Yeah, sure. Like, it could be more bullish. But this is the beginning. This is like, look at this. This is the 3-month time frame. I'm looking at KuCoin. Yeah. And look at that candle. Look at the volume on that candle. I mean, that's really bullish. Yeah. Not only have, that's like a bullish engulfing. You've taken out, do you know how many months price action we've taken out with the last 3 months? We've cleared 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, potentially 6. We're into the 7th candle. Yeah. Just in one candle, potentially, or in the last 2 candles. And this is the 3-month candles. That's really bullish. So that's really bullish. That's really bullish. I can't describe to anyone how bullish that is. This is off the charts bullish. I wouldn't be surprised if this next candle is right into the all-time high. It's just a crypto casino. But regardless of whether this is a crypto casino, J-Way, the charts are saying bullish. Do you know what I mean? Look. Look at that. Oh my God, we're actually pushing higher. We might actually close above that previous. I was really surprised because we were selling off today, and now people are buying back. I didn't expect that, to be honest with you. Again, I like the volume, and then the weekly time frame. Well, for all intents purposes, you have, it's a bullish candle in the highs. You're taking the liquidity, you're selling off, but you're still closing green. So it's not a rejection. If the next candle was red, then that wouldn't necessarily look good. Yeah, it kind of reminds me of when I'm looking at this weekly candle. Let me just hide that Elliott wave. When I'm looking at this weekly candle, it kind of reminds me of this candle here. So it is possible that we have another kind of 2 flat weeks, maybe 3 flat weeks like that before we have another breakout. I don't think that's off. I don't think that's out of the realms of possibility. Yeah, because we've had that experience before where we have this inverse hammer in the highs, increase in volume, the price closes back underneath the previous high. Same thing happened here, and we still have continuation, but it's not really a sell-off, it's just accumulation. We have continued accumulation. Okay, so that's kind of what I'm thinking about this at the moment. And as I was saying earlier, like sometimes I get this right with TRVL and sometimes it just completely baffles me. And today was really baffling for me because when I was looking at the local price action, I was just thinking to myself, what's going on? Like, I didn't do a stream this morning, and thank God I didn't, because I'd be saying it's bullish and the price is just completely dropping, you know, like just look at it. It's a sell-off, basically. That's what it is. But effectively what we were forming was a falling wedge. You can see that. And as Bitcoin found strength, we broke out. And so there's definitely a direct correlation between the strength of Bitcoin and the strength of TRVL. And what I've noticed is that unfortunately people wait until Bitcoin finds strength before they actually pump the price. So if you look historically, you'll see if you were to correlate the strength of when the price pumps, it usually correlates to when Bitcoin finds strength in some meaningful way, usually. And so naturally now when you're looking at Bitcoin, you're going, okay, Bitcoin's looking quite strong now. So TRVL starts to pump now, okay? And I can't explain that. I just think it's something, it's obviously very psychological. I can't explain it. And it baffles me. I still haven't figured it out yet. I'm trying to figure it out. I haven't figured it out. When I do, I'm going to be telling people so that we can be prepared, okay? In terms of the Elliott wave ideas that I had earlier, I don't know. That's also baffling for me. Because potentially I had this, and I think this is all wrong. It doesn't make any sense, because if this was correct, this 4 would not go underneath the 1. This is not correct. This Elliott wave count is incorrect. So I have a different idea. And let me explain. Let me explain my different idea. Not that. Actually, not that one. Let me hide that. Choose that one. I'm looking for the wider one. That's not the one either. I'll keep that though. Is it that one? That's it. That's the one. Okay. So maybe that was the one. This was the 2. That was the 3. But maybe we're still in the 4. That's what I was thinking. Okay. I was initially thinking that this was the 1, 2, 3, and we're in the 4. This was the 4. So initially I was thinking that was the 4. And actually it doesn't work. It doesn't work because of the way the price is corrected underneath this level here. It doesn't make sense. Okay. And therefore I have to think, I'm trying to think of something else. I still think it's possible this is a 1, 2, 3. Okay. But what I'm thinking of the 4 now is that we're still in the correction. That's what I'm thinking right now. This is still a 4 correction. And the reason why I'm thinking like that, and so where does the 3 end? Well, 3 will end there. And then what I'm thinking is A, B, C, 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 I don't know, something like that. Like I'm looking at a really complicated correction here, and lots of ABCs basically. Okay, and I think I haven't seen so I'm waiting for it to finish actually before we see the last wave, the 5 wave. And technically because the wave 3 was bigger than the wave 1, it is very possible that we have a really nice wave 5. And it's possible that that wave 5 goes all the way up to 30 cents. That's what I'm thinking right now. Now, there's no reason why it can't stop at 17.5 to complete wave 5. And that will still be fine, because that will be on the higher time frame. That will be a higher high on the weekly time frame. Okay, so I think everyone has to have that in mind, that we want to make a weekly higher high on the weekly time frame. There is a significant resistance at about 17.5 cents. Okay, so for all intents purposes, if we're now just correcting, and if you look, it does kind of look like an ABC here. Look, A, B, C. And we don't know when the correction is going to end. We have to wait for the impulse. But we are in a correction now. And I'm thinking now we are in a 4 correction still. This 3, when it came back down to here, it didn't come underneath the 1. So therefore, I'm thinking to myself, this is correct. So the 4 isn't allowed to come back on below the top of the 1, but maybe we're still in the 4, you know, maybe we're still correcting. And then I'm thinking to myself, well, I think it really depends on Dtravel, and we're in the month of April, and there's a lot of things that they're about to announce in April. And one of the biggest things that they're about to announce in April is Sensei, is the AI powered search engine, the Travel app in April. Yeah, and I think that's going to be big, because for the first time the whole crypto community is going to be able to see Dtravel being powered by AI. Yeah, like right now they don't really see it, they don't really know what's happening. I don't even really know what's happening, you know. I know some things, but only based on what I've heard and I've been told, but I haven't actually visually seen it. I know what the peer-to-peer application does, because I use it for my Airbnb properties for direct bookings. And actually I have a direct booking right now for 10 nights. They paid me like £4,500, so it's quite good. But I haven't seen the AI search engine, so I haven't seen how that works. And I think that's going to be hyped. There's going to be a lot of hype. So I'm not quite sure how far this 5 is going to go. I can't predict that. And let's just see where the 4 ends. Okay, let's just see. When you're looking at the candles though, look at today's daily candle. That's a engulfing reversal pattern. Look, that's an engulfing candle. That's a bullish candle, today's daily candle. Look at that. What the hell? Are we at 9 cents already? Look, we're at 9 cents already, just as I've been streaming right now. Look at that. That's bullish. That's like crazy bullish. Look at that. On every time frame, this has really been, look, when I started streaming, it was like here. Where was it? It was like a 8.2 or something. So, and then when you look at the weekly time frame, it's starting to look crazy bullish. It's starting to look really bullish. All right. So let's see what happens. I'm thinking to myself that potentially now we are still in a wave 4 correction of wave 1, and maybe the wave 5 hasn't happened, and that will be the wave 5 of the first wave. That's what I'm thinking. Right. And actually it's really good to see that we're breaking up now. That's a really, like, these whole few days I've been like really stressed. Thinking, what's happening? And now the price is going up. I feel relieved. All right. I'm not going to do a full analysis on it because I just think the candles tell you everything you need to know. This last month has been a really bullish candle. Look at that. And if you look at the 3-month time frame, that's a really bullish candle. Like, if you know anything about candles, you'll know that that's a really mega bullish. You could buy that candle. You can buy the pullback of that candle. If the price was to pull back, I wouldn't expect it to pull back as far as 6.3 cents. You see the top of this candle here? I think that would be the extent of the pullback if it was to pull back. If there was to be a pullback, you could buy all the way down to there, and that's where you're going to see the reaction. That would make perfect sense. It would go back to there, and then you can have an explosion. That would make sense, or it could just go up. Yeah, it just depends on the sentiment. But that's a really strong candle. So it's good to see. And we're back at 9 cents again. And remember what I said, 9 cents is the launch price. And usually when it comes to the launch price, the price kind of plays around there for a while. But eventually in the future, the launch price is going to be the floor price eventually in the future. One day in the future, the price will pass 9 cents and it will never come back underneath 9 cents. That will be it. That will be the finish line for the price. So if you at the moment have value in TRVL, and we're at 9 cents right now, if you look at your portfolio balance and you look at your 9 cents portfolio balance, you go, that is basically your floor price. Like, even if in the future we go up to $25, and I'm aiming for $25, you know, I'm aiming for a $10 billion market cap on Dtravel. I think in the context of what they're building, and in the context of the Bitcoin bull market, and in the context of the size of Airbnb and Booking.com and Vrbo, I think it's possible. I think it's very possible. All right, that's interesting. So price targets, well, look, honestly, this is my Wyckoff accumulation schematic on TRVL. Okay. Ooh, excuse me. Let me have a look and see what the price targets on Adam and Eve patterns are. Adam and Eve pattern targets. Let me see what they say on the web, because I'm not. This is what Binance says. Binance. Binance is not available in your country. How annoying is that? according to the Adam and Eve pattern, yeah, I'll show you. This is the Adam and Eve pattern. This one has it lower, but basically, according to this website, it says identifying an Adam bottom involves looking for a sharp downward spike within a bearish trend. So that's what you have. You have a sharp spike within a bearish trend. The sudden dip pushes the price towards the previous lows or forms a new one, creating a V-shaped low. So you see, look, you're looking at a V-shaped low here. The Eve bottom is a rounded trough over a wider area. Okay? And that's what we're seeing here. We're seeing kind of this whole thing is rounded. If you see, the whole thing is rounded. Okay? Okay, so their targets are 1-to-1. According to this, according to what I'm seeing here, the targets are a 1-to-1 target. So a 1-to-1 target would put us from the neckline to there, would put us at like 90, would put us at $1 basically. According to this Adam and Eve pattern, we have we have a $1 target. I would love for us to go up to there, honestly. This is my preferred. This is what I would really love. And have a crazy extended 5 all the way up to $25. And then the other thing is you have this Wyckoff accumulation pattern, and Wyckoff accumulation, this whole thing is a low. The whole thing is a low. Yeah. All the way up to there is the Wyckoff accumulation. After the SOS, you have a markup. Yeah, so let me just have a look online and see Wyckoff accumulation targets. See what I see. Don't know. It's very subjective, huh? For all intents purposes, the markup will be quite rapid, but there's no rule. I don't think there's a rule on the markup. Let's see, markup. Okay, I've got one. So this is the Wyckoff accumulation, right? That's what it looks like. So right now we're still in the accumulation phase. Okay. Behind that one. Behind. And so it's basically that. Okay. So this is the accumulation schematic. Okay. That's what I think we're experiencing now. At the overall lows of this chart. And this is something to bear in mind, is this is a multi-year chart. Yeah, we're going back to from November 21 to where we are now, which is the end of March 24. Yeah, it's a multi-year chart. What we've been experiencing is a multi-year accumulation pattern based on this schematic, and that's where we are now. We're in this accumulation phase. Okay, we haven't yet had the markup phase. Okay, the markup phase is going to begin here with the buy up. I think this buy up and the SOS, this is what it is here. Look, you see here, and that's the SOS. It's like there. And then you have another, this is the markup. This whole thing is the markup until eventually you get into some kind of distribution phase. Okay, and distribution phase is going to be at the peak of the bull market. The peak of alt season will be distribution phase. That's what I've been imagining from the beginning. So we're still in the accumulation, and we still haven't broken up into a markup phase. Yeah, when we get to about 17 or 30 cents, that will be the first part of our markup. And then as we push higher, we'll be in reaccumulation. What does that reaccumulation mean? Well, people will take profits. And when people take profits, they're going to be looking to buy back lower. That's called reaccumulation. You take profits at key levels and you try to buy back lower. So you're reaccumulating. Yeah? That's what reaccumulation is. But the markup continues until you end up with distribution. Now, distribution doesn't have to be a Wyckoff distribution. It can be any kind of topping pattern. It could be a blow off top. It could be a double top. It could be a Wyckoff distribution schematic. It could be a head and shoulders. It could be a lot of things. Yeah? We just have to see what it is. So we're still in the accumulation phase, and so there's a lot of things going on in this chart. I don't know how much we will get. Yeah, this is another good image based on the Wyckoff logic. So we're in the accumulation now. We're about to have a markup soon. Yeah, we're about to have it soon. And eventually what will happen is we'll get into some kind of buying climax where it's going to go crazy, where everyone is just buying. And this is a Wyckoff distribution. It may not be like this. Okay. It may not be like this. Okay. Delete that anyway. Find these again. All right. That's amazing. It's all pumped. It's all pumped up to 9 cents. That's amazing. I didn't expect that. TRVL. This is crazy. Well, what can I say about Solana? Solana is bullish AF. What else is bullish? Let's see. Oh my God, Slurf. I mean, look, Slurf is quite bullish. It's gone up. Look at this. I had this trade plan. Look. See that? Bounce, bounce. Could the correction be over? Yeah, it's possible. It's possible the correction's over. Oh wow, that's up 10%. I'm happy about that. That's up nothing. Ava, huh? Look at Ava. I think Ava is also in a Wyckoff accumulation pattern, by the way. And actually, look at this month. That's a really bullish candle that month. That's really bullish. You've just taken out all of that price action of that month. The 3-month candle is bullish too. Look at that. That's really bullish. We've got some bullish candles. Ava's above the LPS. It's tested it. I think the next stage for Ava is a sign of strength. I'm expecting some kind of strength. And that will take us to about $3, $2.9, $3. That's what I'm expecting on Ava. But I think Ava is also experiencing some kind of Wyckoff accumulation pattern. I think Dtravel and TRVL is more bullish than Ava, much more bullish. Yeah, and I think the reason why TRVL is more bullish than Ava is because Ava has a shitload of trapped liquidity here, which has to be cleared. See that volume profile there? That's liquidity that has to be cleared. And so you're naturally going to get resistance into those higher prices. Okay. I'm not saying it's bearish. I'm just saying that TRVL is going to be more bullish, because as TRVL increases in value, there's going to be no volume liquidity to clear, and it'll go up much quicker and much faster. And eventually I think TRVL will probably get to price. I'm thinking TRVL will probably get to price discovery much quicker than Ava. So I'm feeling a little bit more bullish on TRVL than Ava at the moment. But for all intents and purposes, this is very bullish. The other reason why I'm more bullish on TRVL than Ava is the Bitcoin chart. So when you look at the, let me delete all of these brush strokes now. And let me just hide. I should just get rid of all of this stuff. Brush strokes gone. We'll keep that. We'll keep this. So I had a long trade actually. It's interesting. It was a good trader because it went up, went into the resistance levels that I said. But when I look at the Bitcoin chart, when you look at the Bitcoin chart, and if I just hide all of this stuff, actually I'll probably just delete it and just keep what's important, which is, let me have an update the fixed range actually. Let me just see what the volume is like. There. So when you look at that chart, for some reason, okay, getting a bit of lag, that's fine. You see we're struggling, Ava's struggling to get back into the value area against Bitcoin. See that? Now I'm not saying it can't do it. Of course it can. It can go up and bounce, and then your next target is, you know, the point of control. Of course it can do that. In the context of a Bitcoin bull market, a lot of altcoins can find strength and pump, okay? But the momentum against Bitcoin is on the downside. When I'm looking at the moving averages, look, this 50 moving average on the weekly time frame is pointing downwards. there's a downwards momentum on the weekly time frame. Okay, it's going to take a little bit of time to reverse the momentum. Eventually the price will need to flip that into support, and then of course it can head up. Okay, but it's still got a little bit of work to do. And you see here in the past, when you had a downward weekly momentum, even though the price came above it, it took a few weeks or even months before it finally found support, before it exploded up. And we may be in that same kind of situation against Bitcoin. So I'm not crazy bullish about this as I would be about TRVL. With TRVL, I'm crazy bullish. I'm crazy bullish about this because we're showing a lot more strength against Bitcoin. You see, we're already above the weekly 50. How many weeks? 1, 2, 3, 4 weeks now. And the 50 weekly moving average isn't a crazy downtrend in comparison to AVA. AVA has a really strong downtrend, and we're still not above the 50 weekly moving average. And we have a lot of trapped liquidity higher up, which the price will need to clear. So I think for all intents purposes, look at all that volume, look at all that. This is all trapped liquidity. And there's no way the price is just not going to react to probably head back down against Bitcoin. AVA is going to struggle a little bit. And for AVA to really to break out, it needs eventually to get back above the value area high and flip it into support. That's why AVA is a little bit it's a little bit difficulty right now in comparison to TRVL. TRVL is well situated to break out to the upside. And if you look at the trend, so on the daily time frame, you know, against the Bitcoin, we confirmed the golden cross, and right now we're consolidating underneath the 3-day 200 moving average. That will golden cross too. And then when you look at the USD, look, we've already golden crossed. So I think TRVL is looking really powerfully bullish, like mega bullish. I wouldn't be surprised if TRVL hits $25. Okay. Real world assets, artificial intelligence, and a decentralized physical network. It's chain agnostic, and it's a DAO. I mean, I can't literally, it's everything. And then when you look at tokens like Fetch or whatever, or AGIX or whatever, which are pumping to the moon because of just the AI narrative, or this other token, this Prop S, which is pumping because of the real world assets token narrative. Look, Prop S, since the lows here, it's up 12x. Since the launch price here, this is the launch price, it's up 135x. And you know what, with TRVL, we're at the launch price, 9 cents. So if TRVL does 135x from where we are now, which is the launch price, that would take us to the same place as Prop S. So to get to where Prop S is right now, we'd be trading at $12 from the launch price to 135x. That will take us to $12. That's where Prop S is right now. Prop S. Yeah. Prop S. Does it make sense? So we could easily grow really fast, really quickly. Once the wider crypto community discovers Dtravel. That's going to happen in April. It's going to begin in April. So get ready. Like, I think people need to get ready for what's about to come, and don't sell. Whatever you do, just hodl to the end. And when is the end? Well, the end is going to be when ETH pumps against Bitcoin. It's not happened yet. It hasn't happened yet. Get rid of these brushes. Hide these. Hide these moving averages. Let me look at the monthly time frame against Bitcoin. Closes in 7 minutes. It looks bearish, but actually that's quite a bullish candle. Because that would just be green next month. It won't be red. It wouldn't look right. It'll be green, or it'll be an inverse hammer or something, or a doji, but it can't be, it won't be a red continuation. It won't look right. Yeah. I don't think it'll look right. Probably a green one next month after that. I'm going to look at the 3 month. For all intents purposes, that's bullish too, because for 3 months, increasing volume, you're still in the wick of the previous 3 months. AOWG, are we shilling? What are you shilling? What do you want to shill? I think ETH is bullish. That being said, I mean, Solana is off the charts bullish. Off the freaking charts. Look, look at that. Solana is off the charts bullish. If anyone wants to just make easy money, just buy Solana every day. Just buy it every day. Buy. I think Solana is heading to $600 easily, but probably to $2,000 or more. Solana. And against Bitcoin, look, Solana on the 3 month time frame, it's a full 3 month reversal pattern, and this is a back test. Look, SR flip back test. On Solana, we're about to go into price discovery against Bitcoin. Off the charts bullish. Solana is off the charts. It's crazy bullish. Crazy bullish. I can't tell you how bullish this is. It's ridiculously bullish. Okay. Off the charts bullish. A lot of bullish coins at the moment, to be honest with you. When I'm looking at the 3 month chart, like Jasmine is bullish. Look at that 3 month candle. It's a crazy bullish candle. Toncoin, look at that 3 month candle. It's really bullish. It's crazy bullish. Injective. Well, we had a crazy 3 month bullish candle. Now we have a 3 month doji. It's bullish because you're holding the previous all-time high. Dtravel. Are we shilling Dtravel? Of course, I've just did it. My price targets for Dtravel, $25. $23.50. Of course. Rio. Look at that. It's crazy bullish. Crazy bullish. They're all bullish. Binance coin. Look at that. It's like a really bullish candle. 3 month candle. I don't like the volume. It's a bullish candle. Cardano. It's bullish. It's a green doji. Followed. Yeah. It's not as bullish as some other coin. Like if you look at TRVL. That's crazy bullish. Look at this. Look, off the charts bullish. We're about to close above the launch price. That's really bullish. Oh my god. This is like, this is all in. This is an all-in moment. Doge. I'm gonna look at Doge. I'm gonna find Doge. Doge is bullish, huh? Look at that. Doge is really bullish. Doge is really bullish. Increase in volume. Doge is really bullish as well. Shit. Yeah, really bullish. Cake. Nothing is, for me, nothing is as bullish as TRVL. When I look at the charts in TRVL, the reason why I'm so bullish is because we're coming out of the lows. You know, when a lot of other coins, they've pumped quite a lot, or they're in the highs already. Now we're just coming out of the lows of a really bullish candle. Look at the volume on that candle. TRVL is really bullish. But you know, some other coins are bullish too. Like this is Castor. It's quite bullish. It's not bad. ETH. Yeah, look at that. That's bullish. Against USDT, that's bullish. It's really nice. It's a nice candle. Doji. That hasn't really broken out yet. Magic. Let me go down here. Where do you buy Dtravel? I'll show you. Here, these are the exchanges. KuCoin, Gate, MEX, Bybit. And you can also get it on PancakeSwap and on Uniswap, and you can also get it on Coinbase Wallet. So these are where you, this is where you can get it from. All right. Let me have a look at these ones. Near is bullish. This is really bullish. Near. VIT. This is really bullish. VIDT. This is really bullish. See Gary. Gary's not bullish at all. Gary's a piece of shit. Ajax. Look at that. Ajax is really bullish. Atom is bullish. Hopper is really bullish. XRP not so much. It's bullish, but it's not crazy bullish. Not really. Cranks is crazy bullish. Not Casper. Not Casper. GRT is crazy bullish. Crow is bullish. Fetch is off the charts bullish. Look at Pepe. Really bullish. There's a lot of bullish coins. There's a lot. Like I can't tell you. Like even VeChain is bullish. Yeah, there's a lot of bullish tokens out there right now. You make a lot of money on crypto right now. It's really easy to make money on crypto right now because everything is off the charts bullish. Oh, I got stopped out. Shit. I was in a trade and I got stopped out. Maybe not. Yeah, I got stopped out. Okay, that's fine. It's annoying. The reason why everything is bullish is because Bitcoin is bullish right now. That's the reason.